I stayed up late last night finishing up Andross. I think now I'm just got a few faces and the blood layer. I cannot wait for the new game. Where are we at? Are we here? Are we in? Are we on? How's it going? Robotic wave. 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 I'm doing great. Just getting back to work. I did my renditions of Falco and Fox from the new game yesterday. I might try Slippy or Peppy next. But for now, I want to get back to my actual work. Pantoker, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. He is vaping.
Excellent!
Oh, Sonder, thank you for gifting. Oh shit, 10 subs. Thanks a bunch.
Those are going out to Kumo underscore Homokicks 3, Carrion 1212, Faulty underscore product, Knickknack underscore bat, Delano 762, Millimeter Superior Bullet, Mikashi underscore K, Bacon Sticks, Scarlet Wolf Fire, Hypnoxia, Blue Tree, CKO 255, Easy Blue Trico, forgive me,
Thank you again. Much appreciated.
If you want mushroom, shut up. If you want broccoli, what in the hell is broccoli anyway? Shut up with the broccoli. If you want a pizza sometime in the next few days, leave your name, your number, serial number, how tall you are, whether or not you're susceptible to any disease. And if you are...
Don't let me get sidetracked here. Patooey. All right. Yeah, and I'd like to do another draw pile, or what do they use now? Magma? I think Magma is what everyone's moved over to. Wait, there's a Fox in Space family draw pile? And you're on 11?
You say the following line, all of this violence is quite upsetting.
I don't know what that one's from. So his head is whipping this way around, so his bangs would kind of do that, and then they'd whip back up this way. Thank you for gifting a sub, Signari15.
The hype train continues. Such strong support.
I don't know what a hype chest is.
To Shinigami Rule 501.
Can't forget the lines and the forehead wrinkles. I might get this done today. Yep, I accidentally doxed myself. I had to delete it. Sorry, that is like a 100% delete if that happens. He's a quitter as he sits there smoking a cigarette. Oh, I can't wait to get back to the present day scenes in episode 3 where Farah and Fox kiss in front of Wolf. She's like, "Are you okay, sweetie?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm fine. She's like, "I was worried about you. What's happening?" And Wolf is just standing there like, Yeah. Andros gives his proposition to Fox and then leaves. Then it's going to fast forward a bit. I want to put a dog fight in episode 3. Oh yes, in present day, Fox and Farah are an item. They are dating. Did I not have his... Yeah, I did have his spitting mouth. I was afraid I deleted it. Well, 13 and 16 is a bigger age gap than 23 and 26. I mean, when Fox was a little kid, he was just a little shy dude playing his Game Boy, but, you know, being 22, 23, meeting up with Farah again. Your dad's not premier anymore. He did his term or his 3 terms or whatever. But, yeah. And everyone wondering why Fox's response to Andros at the end of episode 1 wasn't, "Why did you kill my fucking dad?" This is spoiler stuff for episode 3, but Andros, other than procuring James and bringing him to his science lab to get information out of him, Andros really had absolutely nothing to do with James getting killed. And it was reported on the news as such in the story. Or it will be in episode 3. It's looking like episode 3 is going to be longer than episode 2. Maybe by a little bit. I don't know. I've got everything I want to show in episode 3 scripted out, and I even added a little more. Might have to do some telling instead of showing for a few things. Maybe some narration and cutting back to some silent black and white flashback things while someone's narrating. I don't know. We'll see. But it's going to be a long presentation. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do a barrel roll. I don't think I'm gonna do Can't Let You Do That, Star Fox. Like, only I have the brains to rule Lilat. That was kind of pushing it, but I felt that it was the perfect political slogan for the speech that he was giving. A lot of people said it gave them the right kind of chills, so I'm happy about that. The do a barrel roll thing I'm saving for a music video. There's a bit of one when Wolf was angrily grabbing Fox, and he's like, "What the heck is your deal?" Blah, blah, blah. I guess that could technically be a reference to What the Heck. Yeah, I used a couple of the quotes, but if there's not a good way to do it, you know. I'm pretty sure in episode 1 he said, "What the heck is your deal?" Not "what the hell." It's hard to remember every line. And yeah, like, I can't believe I lost to this scum. That's been an idea I've had for like 15 fucking years. I was like, that has to be in a bathroom cleaner commercial where there's a scum monster, and yeah, and Germa of all people being the one to do that. I originally had someone else in line for that, but I couldn't get a hold of them, and my friend Devin Mack, as usual, comes through in clutch and hooks me up with somebody who ends up being perfect for the part. I owe him a lot. Yeah, that's right. He's like, oh, for God's sake, what the hell? What in the hell are you? That's right, that's right. True, true. Boy, this file is chugging. There's just so much in it. I might have to split it in half.
Nasty.
Max, thank you for the sub. Genesis, thank you for the sub. Sorry, I'm kind of locked in.
Excellent.
Might just start the blood things over. Not on his face, but for the rest of him. Oh, this is where I was falling asleep last night. So a lot of people are like, what is the Krister KWX? And then the very final shot of episode 2, you see the back of the car, and it says Krister KWX on the back of it. It's like, oh, it's the car. Did a good job on the car. I made some touch-ups to it, but... And a cool thing about this scene, if you look... You have to watch it in 4K. But if you look, like, during the last part of the credits, you can actually see... In 4K, the 1080p on YouTube does not show it. You can actually see the car making its way up. And into the... like the headlights and everything driving into the building. It's very, very tiny. You almost miss it. But I'm going to make this into a short this weekend, maybe this weekend. But I'm going to start showing things like secrets from a fox in space. But one of them is going to go into James getting his marbles taken away. Oh, I can't believe I redid this shot. I actually animated a lot of this in Flash. But you notice here there's a plate of peppermints on the bar. Just a bunch of bar peppermint balls. And then you see James here turn for a second. And then when you look back at the plate in the next shot, as opposed to here. And it's loading the shaders. And then here when he pulls out the extendy baton, James flinches a little bit when it extends. But if you look down here, he's getting ready to hit him with it. Even the very first shot, when the door opens, I'll go frame by frame. I was thinking about making a YouTube short where James narrates. He's like, I didn't have anything else and I had to improvise. Blah, 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 blah. And it's just... You see him just slowly rolling that peppermint ball up, getting ready to fuck him up. Another fun thing that you might not have noticed. He's like, come on, Jim. You can barely see him. That's the reason that I put these little blinking lights over here and up here. So when you first see it, you just see lights around him. Whoops. Sorry, it's not that. But yeah, it's actually darker than this. You can't see him this easy in the shot. But when he's like, come on, Jim. Like he's in there waiting. in the dark. Yeah.
Excellent.
Amy Balavian 1, thank you for the sub, buddy. Comet Nom, thank you for the sub. I wouldn't, to answer the question from earlier, I wouldn't say this one is difficult. 'Cause, I mean, I've animated sequences like this, just nothing this long before. And yeah, that's another good point is James is night blind, kind of. The thing that's wrong with his eyes is because of the explosion that happens here. You know, they climb down the hole from Titania through the portal, and now they're on this weird planet on the other side of the galaxy. And, you know, he took the discs with him. Some of you have seen this 100 times, but, you know, they're getting ready, and Andros is up here on the catwalk talking to them, typing stuff in the computer. He's like, I know this is against protocol, but they're getting some really good readings, and I need you to... This isn't fully done yet, but he takes the discs and they go through. And she, you know, she's like, where is everyone? And, you know, he's calling on the intercom. He's like, Andros, you know, doctor, what's going on? And he's like, no, Frellis is just outside the compound. He just called in like a minute or two ago, or a couple minutes ago. You know, and then they're looking around for him, and they see him. Still gotta get the rest of the animation for this done, but the models are in place. And he tells them to shut up, stop using comms, and then they just see them floating in a hexagon. And right then, something starts happening on the other side. Andros starts screaming on the intercom, which these guys can pick up. And he's like, the storm's dissipating, you gotta get back, something's wrong, something's going wrong, get back here. And then they make this screechy noise and start changing into their true form. And Frellis, the real fucking hero of this entire sequence, tells them that he'll, you know, he'll take care of it. But he tells them to just run back and never turn this thing on again. And but you know, he doesn't. He gets most of them, but one still grabs a hold of him. And you hear him changing, and then Vixie gets shot. And very briefly, you'll see this dude's gonna be like standing next to him with his hand on his shoulder, like changing him into an Aperoid. And Vixie's like, "I'm fine, keep going." And they continue climbing up. Everything's gonna be on fire, shit's gonna be falling down, stuff's gonna be breaking. James is, climbing up over here. And he's just like, where are the discs? I can't And the music stops, and it's just like, what? And then a big piece of scaffolding like falls and knocks him out. And then the sad part. She stops climbing and she's just like, James. And he grabs her and he's holding on to her, begging her to grab onto the ladder. And the system's overload. He's gonna be like, Fixate! And the portal shuts off. You see Andros move a little bit. And then that's what we're on now. It cuts to black. Like, it just cuts to full black, and then he wakes up. Adrenaline shot. And Andros is mumbling about the alien things and begging James to tell him, like, that he has the discs, and still, like I said, it's almost done. It's almost done. Like I've just about got him colored in. Not got much left to do. He almost loses his footing. Yeah, just a second. Вопросик есть. Andros has got another EpiPen in his mouth. It's kind of implied that he gave James an adrenaline shot. That's kind of what EpiPen, if you look up an EpiPen, that's pretty much what they look like. No, it's this blueberry chocolate chip vape. But like, he's talking to him, mumbling, and once he sees that James like is looking around and stuff, he just spits the EpiPen out of his mouth. He's like, oh, he's up, I don't need another one. Valentine's art. You have to kneel in front of the cavern wall. Make a hole with your head. Once you get the, what is it, the red crystal. All right, Wally. All right, Valentine. You have been inoculated. Приветик, Корун. нет необходимости. Big words, слишком большие слова. Перезаписывать голос не надо. Нет необходимости перезаписывать. Все уже отлично. А где же Цой и «Спокойная ночь»? Is that all the blood ones? Hide glasses. Hide glasses. Let's take a look. Doesn't look like too much pop on the blood on his face. Looks alright. Yeah, that's good. Это моя любимая песня из кино. Очень. Очень любимый. Любимая. За что? Эта музыка же объективно говоря шедевр с глубиной. Точно. Согласен. Да кому нечего ждать, садятся в седло. Их не догнать, уже не догнать. А тем, кто ложится спать, спокойного сна. Oh yeah, Peter Stormare's V-Dub commercials. V-Dub representing Deutschland, y'all. We just dropped it like it's hot. Dude, I had every single one of those commercials. It sucks in air. It is definitely sucking. We're going to unpimp your ride. Dude, you ain't gotta pay me. Send me the lines of what you want me to say. I'll say them. You ain't gotta give me any money for that. I'm not as good at doing a Russian accent. I can kind of do a Russian one. Demko. Wait. How did it go? Demko. Yeah. Demko садится срать. Спокойного сра. Тем, кто садится срать, спокойного сра. Those are sitting down to take a shit, have a good shit. It ruins the song for me, but the first time I heard someone say that, it's... Да, конечно. Простите меня. But no, I love this song. I know all the lyrics. I mean, I'm not going to karaoke it, but... The last verse, I think I can remember. Соседи приходят, им слышится стук копыт. Мешают уснуть, тревожат их сон. Те, кому нечего ждать, отправляются в путь. Те, кто спасен, те, кто спасен, а тем, кто ложится спать, спокойного сна. Let me see. I'll have to translate this, but У меня в Discord есть международный голосовой чат. И иногда много русских фанатов Star Fox есть. И мы вместе практикуем русский и английский языки. Это очень весело. Каждый раз. И я приглашаю всех, кто говорит по-русски, в чате помочь мне, если вы не против. И если вы хотите изучать по-английски, я тоже не против. Простите за грамматику. Мой словарный запас еще слишком маленький. Но я практикую каждый день. И у меня есть много друзей в чате на Дискорде, которые говорят по-русски натурально говорит по-русски. И иногда несколько их тоже хотят больше говорить по-английски. И я очень хочу помочь им. Я буду очень рад помочь им. Yeah, Brian, like seriously, just, you know, I'm sitting here, I have a nice microphone that I'm using right now. You give me the lines, you tell me how you want me to say them. I'll send you the lines. If they aren't good enough or you want me to try it a different way, just tell me so. Like, I can do it anytime. Just kind of, you know, if you want to record a voice message and explain your direction, kind of give... Like, because when I have voice actors do lines for me, I will do them and be like, okay, I want you to sound like, stop, look out. Not like, stop, look out, you know, or whatever. Like, if, as, you know, just kind of scratch audio or placeholder audio. But yeah. I'd be glad to. What the fuck say ha? Я вышлю тебе ссылку в DMs. Минуточку, пожалуйста. Вот. Oh yeah, Brian, I wanted to see if you got the link I sent you last night. I have that game on an actual Sega Saturn still. I remember the 3 free games commercial. I'm sorry, but now it just makes me think of a lady laying in bed and just running in and Daytona. I remember you had, this was like 20 fucking years ago, you had a skit or something about a guy running into his wife and jumping on the bed, diving into bed with that theme song playing. I don't remember the details of it. Oh, God. Rolling Star. I dream of trying real taco. Yeah, tacos are great. I love that game. It was Daytona USA, Virtua Fighter 2, and Virtua Cop 1 were the 3 free games that came with it. I still have them. Virtua Cop 2, that was the one that had the hot air balloons in it. I never got to play that one.
Message.
What's up? Это даже профессионалам, переводчикам бывает трудно. Слишком трудно. У меня был очень трудный день. Был. Не было. Всем, кто говорит по-русски в чате, если вы сейчас если вы теперь на Дискорде, пожалуйста, напишите мне в личные сообщения, DM, и я дам вам ролл для сервера, для голосового чата на русском языке. Это оно называется No English. Ну, поэтому, пожалуйста, сейчас напишите мне в личное сообщение. Я не знаю, какой говорит по-русски, а какой нет. Members, I'm all about members. Just give me a sec. I'm doing server stuff. Adding roles. Agnes. Я дал тебе ролл командир. Да. Это уже у тебя. Чат называется международный чат, или по-английски international chat. И чат для голоса это называется No English. Роллы. I'm gonna have to play that now. Yeah. I must. Or must not? I like that this was not a CD audio track, so they had to make the samples small in pieces. But it sounds better that way somehow.
There's still an arcade in town that has a dedicated cabinet for Daytona, USA. What about Vixie? We'll find her later. Come on, I've got 3 quarters.
I'm more of a DDR man myself. I'd see James as more of a cocktail cabinet kind of guy. Galaga and whatnot. All right, now all of the blood layers are done. Oh, wait. Hell yeah, that's a bop. There is no hole in the middle here. I just made it the whole thing. Oh, thank you for the Fiverr, Otters. Much appreciated. PS1 Ambient VGM Mix 2 Low Poly Brain Cave. No AI. Da-da-da. Oh wait, I can just put this on. Could I put this on in Audacious? I noticed when I downloaded this, it did not have the tag no AI in it, and they've recently updated that, which I'm fine with. It's sad that we have to put that in our creations now. There's so many like Star Fox, Bossa Nova. It's like if the thumbnail is AI Jin, I don't listen in. You must have quit. It's like, oh, well, my album's real. I just couldn't find an artist for the album cover. It's like, sorry, you've lost 5 points of trust. There we go. It does play. I'm just going to erase these blood stains. Whoa, 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 whoa. Put these on their own blood layer.
Excellent!
All right. I guess all the arms are done. I gotta get his tail figured out. Gotta fill in the shoes. I haven't filled in his shoes yet. Teton Saltair, thank you for the sub. Sorry if I missed that. I'm in the brain cave. Deep focus. Boy, this is chugging. Sometimes it's not even the file space. If you have this many frames, shit will start chugging. I wish I could find a workaround for it, other than splitting the object in half. Maybe I could. Just in the same file. I wonder if that would make a difference. I'm gonna save. Let's just make a test file. So. This one's Andros Shot 2. I'm gonna call it Shot 2A. I'll make a duplicate of it, call it Shot 2B. And let's find the exact middle right here. So Shot 2B, I'm going to delete all of these. And Shot 2A, I'm going to delete everything after this point. And this frame is going to be empty. So now, I'll hide the model. So without even seeing anything, you've got this object, and then right when it gets here, we have this object. So splitting them to where this one only has this many frames, and then this one only has this many. Let me see if the fills actually work faster now. Pretty much exactly the same size. Let's see. If this doesn't work, I'll have to split them into two separate files too. How can you prevent Blender from crashing when rendering or animating larger models? Find out what it is on the model that's causing the crash. I usually troubleshoot. Let's say like this is a 3D model. Well, here, let me just... Let's say this is your 3D model that's causing a crash. If you've got a lot of modifiers running over here, start with all the modifiers off, whatever, do a render. If it works, then it's something in those modifiers that's causing the crash. Turn one or two of them on, render, still renders good. That means the ones that are still turned off are causing it. Turn another one on and render, turn another one on and render, and start it re-enabling things until you get the crash. I need a little more details on that, but if there's an object in your scene that's causing a crash, let's say you have 100 objects over here, just like a whole bunch, and you render and one of them is corrupted or something is causing the crash, save your file, save, and then save it as like XXX or ABC123 test or something like that. Make a test file and then render, and it crashes. You're like, okay, it still crashes. Open up that test file again, delete exactly half of the objects and render. It still crashes. Open it back up and delete the other half of the objects. And then you render it and it works. You now know that somewhere in that upper half of objects is the culprit. So you delete slightly less objects and render. It still crashes. Whichever objects you didn't delete that time, it's in those objects. So then just delete those couple, like you get it singled out to down like 2 or 3. You delete those, it doesn't crash. Then it's like, okay, it's one of these 3 objects. And then you open the test file back to how it was, delete one of the objects, it still crashes, open it up, delete the second one, it still crashes, open it up, delete the third object, and it works. You now have your entire file working and not crashing because you deleted that one tiny object. And usually you want to go into that object and look at it and find anything about it. Maybe it's the modifiers it has turned on. Instead of deleting that culprit object, turn off all of its modifiers and effects and render it. If it crashes, there's something wrong with the object. If you turn off the modifiers and it doesn't crash, there's your culprit. It's a modifier on that specific object. Do the same thing with those. Turn off each of the modifiers and render and find which one crashes. And if it's like a collision modifier or a mask modifier or something that's messed up, take a screenshot of that modifier's settings, delete the modifier, make a fresh modifier, just add a fresh one, a new one, and then put your settings back in and see if it still crashes. If it still crashes at that point, there's some setting you've got in there that's messing it up. You got to single it out. It's exactly like looking for a gap in something. Let's say for Andros here, you're going in to fill in the gap. You're going in to fill his pants with a color like this. You know, you're here. Let me make it a little more of an example. So you've got the pants. They don't fill in. See, the fill isn't working. And you don't know where the gap is. So what you would do, you draw a line through it like this, and then you try to fill. Okay, it fills there. Okay, this one fills. Oh, this one's not filling in. So you've now singled out your problem to this area. So you go in and look at the lines, and you're like, oh, there's the gap. So now you can undo even drawing the line there. You go find the gap, and you fill it in. And that's something that people have used for ages. Just like doing this, finding where, because I've had to do that before. It's like everything is filled in. Where the fuck is the gap that Photoshop isn't filling in? You put it into quadrants or whatever, and you'll find where it is. Rather than going around every line and looking like this and doing all of this. It's the same thing with finding something that crashes in your file. If you've got a bunch of items, if you got like 100 objects in your project, you're like, starting a day ago it crashes. I don't know why. Delete half of the objects and then render. If it crashes, then go back in and delete the other half of the objects. And if it doesn't crash, you've now singled it out to half of your objects. Somewhere in that half is your problem. Move all of those to a new collection and go into that collection and select half of those and delete them. And you keep dividing by 2, cutting it in half until you've got like 3 or 4 objects that have to be one of the culprits. But that's how I do it. That's how I troubleshoot everything. I've had files that crashed because I had a light bulb, or a light object that no matter what I did with that light object, it crashed. I eventually just had to delete it and then create a fresh one. Sometimes it happens. It's the weirdest little artifact. If you're importing from an old version of Blender, you have a much higher chance of that happening. Sometimes a little object in migrating from an old version of Blender will simply just be corrupted and not work. But that's how you do it. You make a test file. Never do it with your original file. Save your original file, do a save as, and save it as, I just use XXX or YYY or ZZZ or something like that. And then when I find the problem and I fix it for certain, then I save it over the original work file and overwrite it, and then I delete the ZZZ or whatever once I'm done with the test file. Any file where something is crashing, the first thing I do is like, well, I'm going to just delete half of the stuff. And then if the file works, it's like, well, in that half of objects I deleted, it's one of those objects. You just keep cutting it in half and cutting it in half until you find what you're looking for. It works. I would say it works over 90% of the time. Sometimes you've got weird normals on your model. The same thing with the model. You can go into your model, delete half of the model, and if it renders fine, then you go back and delete a little less than half of the model. Renders fine, doesn't crash, then you delete this much of the model. And you keep going until you get to this point and there's this much still left, and the crash happens. That means it's going to be somewhere in this area. There's something weird in your geometry or something there. You'll go in and look into it and be like, oh, there's like 1,000 copies of the head. Just duplicated. Like this. You're like, oh fuck, how did this happen? Merge by distance, etc. But that happens. It happens to all of us. So anyway, let me go back and see if this speeds up my fills or not. If not, then I'm just going to have to split these two into different files. It feels like it's faster already. Yep. That made a big difference. That's a lot faster. A lot faster. There will be a point to where you have so many grease pencil objects in a file that it's going to chug. Which is why when I'm working on this, I always just have one shot in each file. Let's see, for example here. This is my whole project file. It's got James in it. It's got all of the shots of James and Andros in here. If all of these were saved in this file and I was working in this file, it would be too slow to do anything. But see, like this file, I can't edit anything. See, I can't change the layers. I can't do anything because this is imported from an external file called James Shot 2. See, this file, it doesn't have any of the scene. It doesn't have any of Andros's anything in it. The only things that exist in this file are the 3D models for reference and James's grease pencil object. So this file is 150 megabytes. I set up all of the shots and I start them in the main project file here, but I just get a few frames once the 3D models and everything are animated the way that they need to be, and I get a few frames drawn of James. I delete everything else and only have just James's just James's object and the camera, and I save this as the file for shot 2 of James here. And then I go back into my main file and go up to file and go to link, and I link in the object of James to where it's like a pointer. To sum it up, every time you draw a stroke, every time you do anything, Blender saves. It hits Control S. Every time that I draw, every time I do this, Blender is saving a blend file. It's not like a script of reversing the steps you do. Every single one of these in your undo history here, all of these are each a Blender file at that step. So yes, it's literally saving a step of your file. Every time you do any of this, every single one of these, Blender is in its RAM hitting Control S. So when I hit undo, it's having to load that earlier version of the file. It's the only surefire way to guaranteed have a perfect undo redo system. Because back in the day, it would be like, oh, well, you did this, so let's instead of just reverting to an older version, we will run that script backwards. Yeah, it's like word processor saving every time you type a new letter. So, you know, hitting undo, it loads an older version. That's why with really big files like that, if you're working in like a text file that's 3 megabytes, it's huge. Typing gets really slow depending on the program you're in. So once your file gets to like 200, 300 megabytes, drawing and undoing is going to be really slow. Like sometimes it would get to the point where I would draw a stroke, and when I lift my pen up, it would take half a second to register that stroke before I could start drawing again. Like, doing this would be impossible, drawing that fast. So when you externalize them and link them in, every time you do a step or draw something or add something in your main work file, it's loading. You know, if you have like 500 megabytes of grease pencil objects in your file's 500 megabytes. So when you make a new object and start drawing, it's going to chug. It's saving a 500 megabyte file every time that you draw a stroke. When you hit undo, it's loading a 500 megabyte file every time that you hit undo or redo. And that shit chugs. It chugs so slow. But in this project file that I've got here, this is like 150 megabytes of animation. This is about 150. This is about 200. This is like 500 something megabytes of stuff. So if I make a new object in this file and all of these are saved in the file, I'm going to draw something, and every time I draw, it's saving all of that data. If these are linked in from external files that aren't open, it's not saving them in this file. They're saved externally. So if I, instead of 500 megabytes, if all of these grease pencil objects are linked in from each of their individual shot blend files, this file is going to be like 30 megabytes. So drawing in a 30 megabyte file or 50 or even 100 megabyte file, it's so much faster. Here, I'm gonna give another example. I'm gonna go and internalize all of these. I'm gonna make this single user. It's saving all of this in this file. James here, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm unlinking them. I'm making them in this file. Same thing with Andros here. So all of them are all now saved in this file, which means this file, which is 73 megabytes, I'm now going to hit save on it. This file is now 368 megabytes. And I go in to draw on Andros here. See how slow this is? See, it's like, I'm just trying to, and undoing. This is how fast undo is. Boop, 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 boop. It's chugging. See, you can see my mouse cursor just chugging, hitting undo. See, I'm trying to draw as fast as I can, and see how it's like lagging. See how laggy that is? This is with all of them saved in here. So opening the same file where they are linked in from outside files, this file is, let me delete that file actually. It's like almost 400 megabytes. So where these are imported, saved in their own like individual files, like James Shot 2 here, where it's literally just this grease pencil object and nothing else, each of them in their individual files. This file is now, with everything in it linked, this file is still only 70 megabytes. So if I go in here to Andros and draw, oh wait, wrong layer. See, I can do just fine. I mean, it's still a lot of data. It's still a whole lot of data, but like the difference is huge. Yeah. Data state difference. Yeah, like just finding the difference between this and the last one and just saving that as a block. It's like, well, the only thing changed between this and the last one is this one block of data, so save just this block of data for that undo step. It would be nice, but there's still room for desync. That's the thing. Like if there's any kind of desync or one bad byte in those things, undoing back like 20 steps will completely fuck up your entire project. So I can completely understand why they do it this way. But, you know. Anyway, let me go back to my split one here. So I'm going to save this as Andros 2AB. So we're saving the split one. And now I'm going to go in here and go to the one where I linked them in. This one's linked. I'm going to duplicate it. We're going to call this one 2B. And this one 2A. And I'm going to link in both of those grease pencils from the split one that I have. Put them up here, delete them, and then 2A. No. Yeah, okay, 2A. And then when we get here, it should be invisible. For this one here, should be 2B. And this one will be linked into shot 2B. There. See, so now I've got this object, and then when I get here, it disappears, and I've got to click this one now. See, so it's going to go that far, and then this second one here comes in for the second half. I'm going to go up to cleanup and remove anything that's not being used. Save. So seamlessly it goes from this first object and then it disappears and becomes the second half here. The only reason that I'm splitting it is because there's so many of these frames. It does like it, and this is very complex stuff. This is a lot of frames that are all completely individualized. I don't usually have to do this. The only time I had to do this in episode 2 was for Pol doing his sign language. So unless you're doing like a long, 20-second shot like this is of just constant, every single frame is updated, you won't have to do that. It sucks that it takes that little to make that a thing, but I gotta do it. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I still have Mac Flash 8. I think that's the only version of Flash that'll actually work on Wine. Yeah, I've always had Andross with a tail. I mean, you don't really see him from the waist down in episode 1. Let me catch myself here. Look at... Yep. You can see a little bit of Andross's tail in the beginning of episode 2 when the dog soldiers are leaving. You don't really see much of his lower half. Otherwise. Yeah, I think that's the only shot in the entire second episode where you see a bit of Andross's tail, but he does have one. I fucking love Linux. I'll never go to Windows again. I'm perfectly fine having a little dinky Windows 10 running in a virtual machine. It runs all of my native instruments, VSTs, perfectly. I don't even know if Andross has a tail in the games. I mean, mostly he's just a floating head with giant hands. But all I'm saying is that if he is blood relation to Andrew, if Andrew is his nephew and Andrew has a tail, I don't see why Andross would not have a tail. Dash Bowman has a tail. Dash Bowman is Andross's grandson, direct descendant. So if Dash Bowman has a tail and Andrew, his nephew, has a tail, I don't see any reason why Andross would not have a tail. Oh, that's a cool picture. Who drew this? I like that. Sorry, I was looking at pictures of Dash Bowman.
The WWL. Get my dress.
Hand's a little off. That hand's a little off. What's going on here? What's going on here? What's going on here? I need to see that South Park movie again. I haven't seen it in a while.
It's impossible for me to sweat.
Dr. Andros, why do you appear more than 3,000 times in the Apestein files? What do the code words green bananas mean?
I was only on his plane once.
I think even Andros would be like,
We smoking runs.
he would read the shit in that and be like, dude, I'm just trying to conquer the Lilat system. I'm not a fucking monster.
He's no prince, he's just my nephew.
I always wondered, it's like, why hire someone to color your stuff? I can just fill it in myself. I now understand why people hire someone to do this. Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord. I'll be here all day. Well, that's kind of the plan. This is another thing to do when you fill your things and look at all these redundant vertices. So many. If you draw a big line like this, look how many vertices there are for this line. That's like almost a megabyte of data right there. It gets huge. If you want to, it's like you want to have this line, but you don't need all that geometry because it's not that complex. You can simplify it. It's called adaptive simplify. Watch. There. Now look at the difference. Here's after, before, after, before, after, before, after, before, after, before. Literally no difference, but look at the difference of data. This is, 20 vertices versus 200. So, when you have this many frames, it's a lot of vertices, a lot of data. But you can go in and simplify it with adaptive simplify, and that's the difference. Before, after, before, after, before, after. See all this over here, all these hundreds of vertices converted down to tens of vertices. And that will make your file go down from 300 megabytes to like 70. Now, let's say you're drawing something and you want to, move it around a little bit like this with the, nudge tool, liquefy, warp, or whatever. That's great. But when you're done, when you're 100% done drawing your frames, you want to put that adaptive simplify on them. But now with this limited geometry, you go in here and want to nudge around, you start getting this. See? You can't, like, you want to like curve this middle part here. There's no geometry there, so you can't nudge it. I call it dehydrating and rehydrating lines. If you have this line here like this, and you want it to have, and you're like, oh, I already simplified it, but I want to, you know, hydrate it again. You do sample simplify, which gives it its geometry back. Then you have more geometry to work with, do what you want to do to it, and then if you're 100% done, you put it back like that. See where there's more complex curves, there's going to be more geometry. But if, you know, say you're drawing a straight line like this, see, this was a straight line, so there's no data needed in between here. So when I simplify it, it cleared out all these vertices. There's just this one and then the next one up here. And you want to do that to all of your geometry on every frame, but only when you're sure that you're not going to be nudging and editing things around again. Makes a huge, huge, huge difference. But that's more into optimization. You don't have to worry about that right off the bat. You do have to worry about it when you've been working in a file for a long time. You're like, why is my file slowing down? What the hell's going on? That is one thing about Blender that will send new people running away screaming, is not understanding like how Blender works and the fill tools and everything. It can be very discouraging if you don't have a friend there to guide you through it. Well, thank you, Shiro. I'm glad that helped. And Shiro, if you ever get stuck on anything in Blender, if there's anything in the world that you need help with, you can always come in here and ask. Every now and then I will just drop what I'm doing and help somebody go in depth on a problem they're having. I love doing that. It's part of what this stream is for. It's what it's all about. Yeah. And yeah, honestly, like doing what I'm doing right now for 7 or 8 hours and being able to take a break from it to focus on something else, like helping someone, it breaks up the monotony. It is never a problem. Oh, that's why I couldn't feel, because we're on to the next one now. Okay. Is he done? Is he done on this part? Except for the tail, of course. And the glasses. Yep. All right. Slippy and then Peppy. Yeah, if there's anybody still wondering about my opinions on the designs, I love them. I don't know how the voice acting is going to be overall, but like, I've wanted since the beginning to see how they would look in a more realistic style, and I love these. I think they're great. Everybody's gonna be like, like most of the people I know that didn't like them and felt weird about them, I've asked them now and they're like, they're actually kind of growing on me. I kind of like them better than the other ones. But no, I'd love to do a music video or something in this style. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah, I swore off buying a Switch 2 as well. I was like, they're not going to make a Star Fox game. The only way in the world that I will ever buy a fucking Switch 2 is if they actually make a Star Fox game. And they went and did it, and I've got to keep my promise. I'm still just going to be playing Metroid Dread and maybe putting my cute Star Fox dudes into Tomodachi Life. I don't know. I haven't thought about getting that one yet. But I'm getting it. I have to. It's required. It's a business expense. There we go. It's a business expense. It's a write-off. Why is the save with just such the friggin' glare? I won't get tagged for this, will I? This isn't... I'm trying to find the Kuwahara filter I want to apply to the other... This was the best Kuwahara node that I made, and I need to get the settings from it. It's like, hey, can I get one of those cigarettes? And she just gives him the one that she has. This is Leon's mom. They're in a Russian banya steam sauna thing. Okay, Kuwahara filter. Yeah, I don't think I'll get in trouble for that. With the RL streamer shit that people get away with. Okay, anisotrope. Maybe I can just copy it. Hey, that worked. All right then. Yeah. This is an oil paint filter, basically. It's just live. This is a filter. This is the only reason that I had Adobe Photoshop, was to make an oil paint filter. Now it's just a fucking node in the compositor. Like, look at that. This is a node. This is a node that just does this in real time. Like, Jesus. It's almost not fair. That is a vape. That is an e-cig. Smoke is bad for the cockpit. E-cigs are all right. They didn't have e-cigs when Peppy was flying. That's why you had the nicotine, excuse me, the nicotine pouches. Yeah, it just, I'm blown away by the fact that this thing here exists. Take a 3D render and make it look like a fucking painting. Just live, moving it around. That is pretty neat. Anyhow. I'll be right back. Checking on the puppy. Are there any good Mario Brothers games on the Switch or the Switch 2 that are also co-op, but not just couch co-op? The puppy is good. He went for a walk, so he's worn out. Mario 3D World. So that's not like streaming the screen to someone else and they have latency because they're inputting over the internet to your Switch. Like it's actual online client side, blah, blah, blah. Mario 3D World and Mario Wonder. So I wouldn't mind playing some co-op. I'm looking to get rid of my Switch 1 since I have a Switch 2 now. My Switch 1, I've played it like 6 times in the past 7 years. Its battery is probably old, but... I've played Super Mario 3D World a while ago. Is that the one with the cat suits? Like Meowser. Yeah, I did play. That was fun. I remember that game. That was a lot of fun. I thought that was on the Wii U, though. Meowser. Good lord. I can't remember which one I played on a Wii U. Okay, so it was ported. All right, that's what I figured. Nightmare on My Street. It's very close.
Message.
Oh, whoops. I was muted. Muted. God, PS1 music fucking rules. This is a long damn playlist. all the feet and the arms done on both sets. So now I gotta do the blood on Andross's shirt. I'm doing that neat. I'm not ignoring his flickering hair and tail. Let me go back into the other file and cut those off. Just hide them. That's it. No distractions. Just faces. Andros is younger than me in this scene. I know some people are thinking, if Andros found the discs and saw that James was still laying there in the middle of that building and was going to bleed out, and Andros could have taken the discs for himself, would he have left James there? And that answer is very much a no. My Andros is not, James was skeptical and paranoid after Pepper talked to him. And was indeed worried that Andros was going to close the portal on them and keep the discs for himself and get someone to study them. But the truth is, he would not. James didn't know that. James doesn't know that. He's looking out for himself and his wife. He trusts him enough to go through, but he's like just this little thing in the back of his mind, just in case he throws the switch and turns this off to take our work from us. I'm going to take him with me. I'm going to put him inside my jacket. And then the unspeakable happens. James barely makes it out. Andros is bleeding profusely from his head. He has a concussion. Everything's falling apart. Everything's in flames. The only thing immediately on Andros's mind is stop James's bleeding. Get him, stabilized and get him the fuck out of here. He looked for the discs. He didn't see them. Andros's number one priority is getting James out. He looked, he waited. He even says, he's like, I waited. There's no one here but us. I'm so sorry. What's on James's mind here? James is in shock. There's nothing really on his mind. He's just, what the fuck is going on? I just woke up. What the fuck just happened? James is concussed. He's in shock. His arm is on fire. Not literally. Yeah, probably just, ow, my arm. I just woke up. I'm jacked up on adrenaline. Everything's falling apart. I'm being drugged backwards. Andros is mumbling about aliens and that there's no one else that survived, then that he's sorry. Where are the discs? Where are the discs? Where is Vixie? And then when they fall out, yeah, James's eyes are all covered in blood and his eyes are fucked up. He can't. He probably, like, I haven't really thought about it. He probably can't see right now. His vision is probably so flashed from that explosion that he was looking directly at point blank when everything went down. He probably can't see. Andros pulls him out. He feels cold grass and dirt underneath himself. He hears sirens approaching. He hears the building collapsing and falling in on itself. Then he remembers what happened, why his hand is missing, and what was connected, who was connected to his hand when the whole portal thing exploded. And his hand is incinerated, gone in an instant. And then he starts getting hysterical, trying to reach around and feel around himself. for his wife, and then he just screams in agony, and that's the end of this. Yeah, I mean, Andros wants things other than just we have to be ready in case aperoids show up. He wants greatness otherwise, but you know, I haven't really thought too far into it. I try to. Sometimes I'll go on a drive for an hour at night and try to figure out exactly what I'm wanting to do with everything, but well, that's Andros done. What was that pop? Yeah. There's still little bits of pop like on his neck area here. A little bit. I always do want a little bit of pop. I want it to look imperfect. So if it looks too perfect, then it just ends up looking like you're tracing over 3D models. I don't think we're ever going to see Andros with a body in any of the games. I don't like that they showed off what the final boss looks like already. It's like, yeah, I know we've all played. We all want to know what Andros looks like in the new game, but they could have saved that because he definitely looks fucking terrifying. But I would have liked to have seen some earlier stuff of showing Andros when he was just a regular dude that got in trouble. There's one. Won't be perfect. I'm not looking for perfect.
Okay. I waited till we were alone to ask this. That's me being nice. Can I see your legs?
I don't know, Wolf. Can you?
Well, let me animate the thing being spat out. Oh, I did forget a fucking frame, didn't I? Yeah, I was originally thinking of having my mom voice Wolf's mom in a brief scene. He calls her from Sargasso to or gets like a video voice message on his phone from his mom. Yeah, if I ever had Wolf's mom have a brief scene, even just in like a video message on his phone or something, I would get my mom to voice her. I wonder if she would be up for that. Boy howdy, that took a long time to animate, but we're almost there. I gotta do Andross's hair on the back of his head and his tail moving and little bits of blood on the sleeve of his shirt, but it looks good. It doesn't look like it's traced over a 3D model or anything. I genuinely like redrew every frame of the legs and the arms, and I copied the hands a little bit. I'm not redrawing 400 hands. They look fine. No, Wolf has a good mom, but she's a little demanding if he's going to stay there with her and, you know, his little brother. Wolf does have a little brother. Yeah, fuck, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna have to change his mouth when he's talking and stuff. Shot 2AB. All right. Well, for something like this shot, I could make an image and just drag it. But for this shot, make an image of this and just scale it like that, I guess. You know, and you know, just move it up or something. I don't know. This is just basic sci-fi hallway. There's gonna be stuff on fire. I could take an image of this screenshot and just slowly scale it bigger like that. We'll see. We'll see what works. Yeah, there's a million things. I could add wrinkles, I could add blood dripping, I could add, you know, the belt stressing. I could do more. It's like there's 100 things I could do more, but it's just I've got to keep moving. This is a previously segment. This is the most complex thing I've ever. You know, honestly, I could go in on James's shot here. Do something like this. Let's see. Find the peak of each of his movements. Pull. Yeah. Like right here, watch. Little things I can do to polish and make it better. Let's say. Let's say 4 on either side. Multi-frame edit, use the curve. Do something, say, like this. So when he pulls on him, it does a little. Let's see, then I have to go in and edit all this stuff. It's like the pulling on the shoulder a little bit, something like that. Yeah, we can go in and polish it up a little bit some other time. But I gotta keep moving. I wanted to be done with this a month ago, and I'm only halfway done with it. This is why I never give deadlines, because stuff always comes up. There's always extra stuff. A death in the family, or having to take a trip somewhere, or a new short, Mario movie. All of this Star Fox news, having to make other things. Am I using a Z up configuration or Z forward? I don't know what that means. Yeah, what if I did just take everything except for the head? everything but lock the head down. Now let's see. Lock all of the face, eyes, and mouth layers. Lock the blood layers. And it would be everything like that. Let's give it a try. Let's see what it looks like. See, like that. So when he pulls, see, something like that. Like it pull. Does that look better? Instead of the arm not moving at all when he pulls here, it's like it pulls it up a little bit. See, something that simple, I can go in and just do the multi-frame and make it look a little bit nicer. Yes, I have my Switch 2. I have the game pre-ordered. I have multiples of all 4 plushes pre-ordered. Might do, if they do... Well, this is... That's just the comma thing. I have it set to global, so, like, Z is up and down, X, like, it's dependent on the camera and whatnot. Would ever make these episodes with a studio that gives you freedom, or is it something you want to do on your own? If I wanted to, like doing The Violence, my other TV or my other, animated series I want to do. If a studio picked me up, I'd have to have full creative freedom. And be like, oh, we got to put this in, and this is a sensitive topic in politics right now, so we probably don't want to go against like any of that stuff. It's like, no. Amazon sold out of pre-orders for what? Star Fox or Switch 2? Amazon sold out of Star Fox pre-orders. Based. That's pretty great. Like, really? Good. Obviously you could still buy the game digitally, obviously, but the fact that all of the physical pre-orders have sold out on Amazon in the US, that's a good sign. We may actually be back. Nah, who are we kidding? We're totally back. Yeah. I hope the game is good. I hope it does well. I really, really do. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and hop off. I will be back tomorrow. More fun. Y'all have a wonderful time, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I charge $200